Hey, good morning. Just in time for it to be still the morning. Just before noon here. How's everyone doing? Hopefully we have our pom-poms out. Our coffee's ready. We need some wins today. Eric needs some wins today. He had a tough first day. There's no sugarcoating that, but one of those, I think, well, actually, two of those games, I think, could have gone different directions. Like his loss to Duda could have been a draw, very easily. He really tried to win, a little bit too hard, honestly. And then Mamedyarov played a great game, probably his best game of the day. Couldn't convert it to a win, but played very well, and I think it's a good sign going forward. We had a tough loss to Magnus. I mean, that's going to happen. Magnus is Magnus. He will beat people sometimes and make it look easy. But we've got a new day ahead of us. First of all, if you're not sure what you're watching, maybe you're not sure who I am. My name's Amon Hambleton, and I'm bringing you the Aimchess Rapid. It's a 16-player round robin. So everybody plays everybody else. That means there's 15 games. They're all played online. No players are on site or anything like that. Top 8 qualify. So there's 4 days of preliminary matchups. Everybody plays everybody over those 4 days. We had 4 rounds yesterday, 4 rounds today. We'll have 4 rounds tomorrow, and then 3 rounds on Monday to make 15 games. After those 15 games, whoever is in the top 8, according to the standings, will move on to the next stage, a knockout stage. Time control for the entire event will be 15 minutes and 10-second increment. Not 2 seconds, but 10 seconds. It means the players should be pretty comfortable not flagging. And most importantly, you are really rewarded for wins in this format. Of course, with the money, $750 for a win, but also the standings, 3 points for a win there. It does mean a lot if you're able to get those dubs. These are the players. Eric will be playing 4 of these players today. He's already played Carlsen, Mamedyarov, Duda, and Naroditsky yesterday. Today, he's starting the day off against Grandmaster Giri. And today is a big day for Eric, in my opinion, because he also has the white pieces 3 times. We take a look at the schedule. These are his day 3 and 4 pairings, matchups, but we're going to be focused on day 2, which is today. And you can see there, we start with Giri, white pieces against Vincent Kamer from Germany, black pieces against the only international master Mittal, and the white pieces against Grandmaster Richard Rapport. So indeed, every single day in this tournament is tough. There are no easy days. That's for sure. However, 3 white pieces, and certainly any day without Magnus Carlsen in it is going to be a little bit nicer. So there we go. There are the cams. Got the players here starting off against Giri. You know, a chess bra in his own right, and definitely a buddy. But there are no buddies on the chessboard. Eric's got the white pieces. We'll see what we can do to start things off. How are you guys feeling? Datemar, thanks for the 49 months. Wooly Ewok, 19-month resub. An Inverse Cardinello, thanks for the Prime for 2 months. Hey Chando, Liam, Supreme, Sleazy's here, Mrs. Chicken Wing, Flo, sure buddy guy, hey FK Gone, Lancelor, Shirts, we got Salty, Unbanned Salty, welcome back to Salty Clown. There was this imposter in here recently, not Salty Clown. At least we got his Prime sub. standings somewhere. Yeah, they do have the standings. Unfortunately, it's just behind my cameras here. It's a little hard to show, but Abdusatorov is indeed the leader with 10 points, and we are down. Well, there we go. Games have started. We're down near the bottom of the table because right now Eric has 2 draws and 2 losses. So let's see if we can change that. Karo Khan, games are underway. Welcome everybody. Looks like a you know, got that comfy sweater on, you know. He's looking comfy. What are we thinking? I mean, d4 and e5. First of all, I mean, this is a trendy line nowadays to play like bishop d3 and c3, h3 like that. Knight e2, bishop f4. There's also the advanced, which is ever popular. And then, of course, you've got the 2 knights. Knight f3 and knight c3. Eric's decided on d4. And the advanced, I think, simply put, the most classical approach. You know, this is the knight f3, bishop e2, castle. We've got everyone on cam here, so we're good to go. Knight e7. Now this is a sort of typical opening where black, you know, just simply has less space than white. And ultimately that's why you see this move c5, kind of free things. Knight d7 looks extremely likely. Also a5, a4, but I think a5 in these positions, white's happy enough to play moves like a4 and bishop b5, so knight d7 makes more sense. Look, we're hitting 2 pawns here. White has a choice. I mean, yes, you can defend e5, but I feel like in these positions, I'm also sometimes seeing bishop e3. So there's a few things. If bishop e3, black can, number one, like opt to take this pawn, but that's not always the best way to play because, you know, bishop b5, knight d4 is coming, just to give you guys an idea, like, you know, of some of the ideas here. That's already a bit of a problem for black. So I know it looks good to win the center pawn, but that's, yeah, not always so easy. Right? And then you've got knight takes here, which, you know, if we did this move, then this would work out really nicely for black. But if knight takes, then number one, this tactic doesn't quite work the exact same way after b4. And if you check right away, again, it looks good, but white has a couple of decent options. Queen to d2 will mean that you protect the knight, and then there's also probably c3 and b4. So a few things there, but that's why after bishop e3, black did not take on e5, because, I mean, that's actually not the pawn you want to win. Instead, bishop e4 played, and, you know, Giri's hunched over. He's got a little bit of theory to him, doesn't he? I feel like the guy probably knows what's going on in this position. Hey, official Supe, thanks so much for the resub as well. Good to have you back, 34 months. Are there any gambits in the Caro-Kann? I wouldn't say so, man, not really. Unless you're playing the Salty Clown Gambit, which I believe goes something like this. It's d5, and then as soon as someone takes you on d5, you never take it back. And you force your opponent into a gambit. Otherwise, no, you'd be hard-pressed to find an actual gambit there. That's a funny one, Hayes. Yeah, Eric's always asking, is this theory? I feel like this is the one situation where Eric would be like, is this theory? And Geary would be like, yeah, dude, it's theory. Geary definitely has the answer to that question. Geary novelty? That, I mean, you guys would have to tell me. So, I mean, there's not that many games here. I feel like there must be more. Like, do I really believe only 28 games have been played in this position? Damn. What's the outlook here? 22 games and only 2 games with bishop e4, castles, or bishop b5. A game from 2020 and a game from 2018. This is a low-rated game, though. But the what's OIBM? Is that online, like, IBM tournament? I feel like these are like this might actually be like a sweaty game. You never know. Just gotta make sure. This is a very interesting. Oh, it's Blitz tournament. Okay, I was wondering why a 2300 was beating a 2600 GM. So this is extremely untested stuff. Eric played knight g5 in response to bishop e4, and now for sure, yeah, we're not in we're not in any territory that we've seen. Look at Geary's time, 16 minutes and 30 seconds. Eric played knight g5. I mean, he's saying, look, I want to take the bishop. Your next move, bishop g2. I go rook g1. The only move is bishop back, and you know, it kind of feels weird to play bishop back because, well, it allows this, right? Knight takes bishop, pawn takes, and Eric has gone rook g4. And are we finally going to see the coveted Anish Geary think? Let's make sure we keep track of the pawns here. Eric won a pawn there. Geary won a pawn on g2. And it looks like Eric is on pace to win the e4 pawn and also Geary to win the e5 pawn. So I think we're staying really level here. Eric does look relaxed, and Geary does look hungover. Also here, let me centralize our boy a little more. There we go. I kind of like this idea. You know, it always tickles the pickle a little nicely. You know, it tickles the funny bone when you get to play these rook lifts really early in the game. You're either a total beginner and an actual 5-year-old child developing your rook for the first time, or you can feel like an elite grandmaster. It's one or the other. There's no in between. It's either an extremely good move or you're learning chess, and I'm leaning towards the former. There is a decision to be made about taking the queen or not, right? Because rook takes e4 or queen takes d8. Let's just take this one to start with. Rook takes here, and I'm trying to think, how is black going to develop the pieces here? f5 does indeed look tempting, just to hit the rook. This pawn is being kept. Because I'm thinking if the queen stays on d1 and we start by taking this, then, I mean, if black captures, that's great. That's what we want. This is really interesting. I wouldn't actually know. I feel like rook takes on e4, that if black moves the queen or something, that the move rook d8 will be annoying to deal with for white. So I kind of get the feeling that you're not supposed to have the queen on the board, because rook d8, to move your queen laterally on the first rank is just not a nice feeling, and to have to play c3 doesn't look right. So I think Eric made the decision that eventually I would have landed on, which is take and then take on e4. And what do we have? This is interesting. We got 2 bishops for Eric. Yay. But we know f5 is happening for sure. Eric's position is all about this rook, right? It's this weirdly placed rook on e4. The bishops look great. It's the rook that's a weird one. So this is the compensation, you know? There's 4 against 2 for both sides. Bishop pair versus, you know, this rook on a4, probably compensating a bit there. Offhand, I gotta be honest, like I think I'd like Eric's position, right? I don't know. What do you guys think? This is a really weird one. This is about as imbalanced as a chess position will get, honestly. Like, you know, black's got this perfect pawn structure, 4 against 2. We got isolated pawns over here, split pawns. Then you've got 4 against 2 over here on the queen side, but doubled c pawns. Okay, it's well protected. White's got the bishop pair, but also got this rook on a4. Like, what's going on? The one thing I will say, and I believe this to be true, honestly, is that when you're playing a strong player, I think you want to have the position as abnormal as possible, right? The more natural and normal it is, the more experience and pattern recognition that a guy like Geary has to draw on. I can't think of how many times, like, realistically, how many times has Geary had a position where there's a rook on a4 and bishops like this? Like, this seems quite rare. This seems quite rare. Is Eric's knight coming to d4? I suppose that's a possibility. I was thinking more like knight a5 to pressure b7 and a7 if the knight would be taken. One move that doesn't look like much but might be helpful, maybe it's for later, is h3. It gets off the dark square just generally, and also knight g4. Basically, I want to play bishop b5, and knight g4 is sometimes really bothering my bishop. So not a move I would ever really waste time on right now, but I'm looking at rook d1, I'm looking at knight a5, looking at bishop here, and I am looking at f4. f4 to boot that knight out, and then follow up with bishop b5, because once I pin this knight, I'm threatening simply rook takes a7. So imagine it was white's turn here. I'm just going to make a move like this, f4. Okay, let's say the knight goes back, d7, bishop b5, and if a6, I can take and win a pawn. And what else do you do? I'm threatening to take here and take that. You know, if you play knight b8, then rook takes a7. So this is just an example of how quickly I think things could go wrong for black. Of course, we're not going to see h6 or, you know, just random move like that, but it's kind of what I'm thinking. And I think Geary's cam, it doesn't go, does it go any like lower than this? No, that's the bottom, guys. You get the forehead cam. Bishop e7. I mean, hey, black's got to get developed. If pawn f4, first of all, there's bishop to h4. I don't know if that's actually a concern for Eric or not. But bishop h4, then knight g4 is another one to hit that bishop. If you take, kind of having a tough time evaluating this. Like, what the hell is going on? What's going on here? So white can't castle, right? That's the one thing. I can go rook d1, but it looks a little bit slow. One of the ideas that I was looking at was knight to a5. How good is this? Knight a5. You know, castles, knight takes here. Rook b8, and it appears like bishop a6 could be played. I don't think I want to play a position where I lose my b-pawn, but if I can get bishop a6 to work, maybe that's something. So let's say that b7 is a threat after knight there. I mean, if takes, b6, let's not take and blunder that, but rather b6 just rook takes a7. I mean, this stuff feels like it's good for Eric. Knight here, again, I can play bishop b5. We talked about how I think this is just, to me, this is extremely effective. Getting to take here. Because this a-pawn dropping is, I mean, how weird is it, right? That you would have a position on move like 15 to 20 where your a-pawn is being attacked by white's rook and the a-file is not open and the rook attacking that pawn is not the a1 rook. Like, what? What kind of maneuver? What kind of sorcery are we seeing here? It's like a really strange threat to have to deal with this early on in the game. White's kingside rook is attacking your a-pawn. Bishop e7. So I mean, I'm definitely looking at this. I'm also, I guess, considering knight d4, but knight a5 looks like a safer version of knight d4. And I am considering f4 as well, but I couldn't really get to the bottom of knight g4. Ideally, I'd rather have my pawn here and then go f4, because I'd like to see that knight take a step back. Does this count as doubling rooks? I don't know. What do you guys think? I wonder what the technicality is. I think technically it is you have doubled your rooks, right? Eric's taking a lot of time here. I don't know that there's something to just figure out in this position. Surprisingly, I actually really like Eric's rook on a4. It keeps an eye on the d4 square, the f4 pawn push, the g4 square. It seems to be, even knight b4 is kind of taken care of. So I really like the rook on a4. I'm looking at this move and I'm really wondering, you know, if you castle or king f7, knight takes, rook here, bishop a6, does this work? Doesn't appear like there's f4. That's covered. And yeah, if we can play like b4, I mean, we'll just be smooth sailing. Okay, we've got knight d4. I think it's a similar idea to knight a5. The reason I liked knight a5 more was I felt like, well, okay, so let's say we take. It looks like bishop takes. And then I suppose if knight c6, then not only do you have a choice to take there, but there is this bishop b5 move again. An option. Knight d4, king f7, takes and takes. Okay, so I think after knight a5, we would have gotten something similar. The only thing knight a5 did was it was also threatening b7, and that seemed like a relevant threat to me. King Spence, thanks for gifting a sub, buddy. Go Leafs, King Spence. Go Leafs, go. Unlimited Rice Pudding, appreciate the 49-month resub from you. Sad Manic, appreciate the 21 months. Cookie Time 95, 25 months going on the 3rd year. Thanks for getting resubbed. Half Man the Hand, 30 months with Prime. Team for Eric. Well, that's a good thing. We got Eric here for you. You're in the right spot. Tony Ruback, 2-month resub. Hella. Thanks for the hella long resub, 15 months. Need some speed, eh? I think you can respect what Buddy Eric's doing here. I think he's got an active rook. I've liked his very unorthodox rook development. Bishop pair. Trying to say hello here. If rook d7, this is like one way to guard a7, but I really look at positions like this, and I have a strong feeling that they should be in white's favor. Okay, I really do. Now, the execution of that is totally different. Of course, black's going to come pawn storm in here with all sorts of stuff. But I just feel like that objective evaluation is in white's favor. Like even something like this, not necessarily that we should do it right now, but even something like this, you know, with these pawns pushing and rook d1. I know it looks odd, but white's pawns are actually in some ways on the best possible squares to make it as difficult as possible to make a pass pawn, right? So, you know, take that position. White can play something like this and this, right? And king e2. And if you want to make a pass pawn, you're going to have to separate your pawns. They're going to be E and G pawns. And this pawn is also going to be, you know, fairly weak as well. Rook a4, rook g1. So it's actually not very attractive for black to try to make a pass pawn here. Whereas if you imagine this pawn is maybe on g3, well then all of a sudden g5, h5, h4 is a pass pawn. It's protected by the bishop. Maybe you can get the rook behind it. It pushes really, really quickly. So I think there's something to be said about white's pawns actually being more restricting to white's pieces. You know, there's that saying that when you're in a rook endgame, let's say black has 3 pawns and white has 2 pawns. And they say, like, how do you want to have your pawns? Yeah, you could have F and G, you could have G and H, whatever. But actually, the best pawns to have are F and H, because the only way to make a pass pawn or pretty much make any threats is, you know, to play G3, and then you just trade everything basically. So surprisingly, these split pawns can actually be pretty useful. Vinzes, thanks for the 22 months. Fan Gold, 25 months. Welcome back, buddy. I think Eric's been playing really well. I love this rook g1, g4. This makes a good impression. So let's say rook here. I was thinking also about rook d1 as a move. Because I think that trading a pair of rooks is a good thing. Because now if we look at the same line, with this rook and this rook gone, now the only way to defend this is rook c7. Okay, all of a sudden there's maybe bishop f4. I'm not sure bishop f4 is maybe immediately the right thing to do, but, you know, like b4, f3. I like the position. e5. Giri is, well, he's looking to push here. He's looking to say hello. Obviously, the whole point of bishop f3 was to take. So if Giri's playing e5 and he's not defending that pawn, it means he doesn't like that position, and that's why we're getting this very forcing sequence. Giri has given up the pawn, and I think he's looking to very quickly play stuff like that. That has to be the only idea. So Eric's up a pawn here, a very clear pass pawn on the A file. Giri did not want to sit there and play more defense. Don't blame him. Didn't look like a good position. But, you know, black's king is a lot more active than white's king. And we're in the endgame. b4. I mean, you have to protect. You have to protect this pawn. Thing is, if you're Eric, you protect this pawn and you say, okay, your turn, right? As white here, you're not going to let black probably just take this pawn right back. So the best you can do is protect the pawn and see what your opponent has in store for you. Black has a lot of counterplay, but remember, white's probably going to go rook c7, right? And rook c7 hitting this pawn is quite uncomfortable. So, okay, my thing is after this move, what? What's happening after rook c7? I just finished talking about that move. Is that? This is always the thing. What do I say? I say when a strong player looks like they've made a move where, you know, you just have like a good reply, maybe triple check that. Okay, so rook c7. I'm saying I'm gonna go here. King d5. Dudes, you're blundering your bishop. Relax. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Let's not hang a bishop. So I'm saying I'm attacking a pawn that you can't defend in any way at all, period. So the only trick for black is to try d8, but rook d8, this is what I'm saying, like I can start by taking this with check. Because technically if you go here, you block the communication. And my point is that after I take this with check, let's say you have to go like somewhere else with your king. Then like castle maybe? Like I agree this is tricky, but damn, is it that good? I guess it's that good for black. It's hard to evaluate some of these because I mean e3 is not really a threat right now. I have rook f1. It's hard to evaluate some of these situations where your opponent just has the counterplay. So rook d4, bishop c3 was played. Now, what I'm wondering is Eric playing bishop e5 here? Because it definitely doesn't feel, I mean, I think he is. It doesn't feel great to lose this pawn, right? This pawn is kind of the glue to everything in the position. But based on him playing bishop c3, I can only imagine the plan is to take. And now rook e4. Well, at least we know what we have to do now. I like rook c7. I don't know. I didn't have a full answer to that line, but it felt like that was the move. Rook c7 to hit the pawn. Wow. I'll tell you one thing, I didn't see that. Reason not to long castle? Well, long castle gets you into a pin that you can't get out of. That's not a good feeling in chess, right? Like, if you long castle and your opponent goes here, it's just not a nice feeling. Like, there's f3, bishop there. You're going to be permanently stuck. So even my rook c7 here, it's not so obvious, right? Because this bishop, you don't want to go back, right? You guys agree. You don't want to go bishop c3 because rook c4. And okay, maybe the best move is to just go back. And at the very least, there's a draw, maybe worse. So let's say you castle, and then, I don't know, black plays like maybe f3 and bishop g5. You see what I mean? Like, you're permanently stuck. Permanently. This isn't a nice feeling in chess to not be able to move a single piece. So you don't want to walk into that. You really don't. So rook d4, was it just that good? Rook c7 is for sure a big, well, yeah, big threat here, rook c7. So much so that I think as black, I would play rook c8. And then I can only expect Eric is going to go for like c3, a4, a5. Now, admittedly, like I didn't notice rook e4, but the point is like this wasn't really my idea. Bishop e5. I was just trying to understand. Of course, if Eric's playing bishop c3, he's playing bishop e5. It's definitely the plan. I didn't notice the hanging bishop, but I also didn't really calculate this tactic. I was just kind of going along with it, and I think that's kind of what happened to Eric. He was just so focused on this, he didn't notice it either. That's really a full piece blunder, but like it's almost like he just kind of took it in stride. It's like rook b8 here, yeah. I have to say, do I really understand rook b8? What's up with this move, right? Doesn't white want to play c3 and solidify everything? What's up with that? Hmm. Yeah, Geary went for a ton of counterplay there. That's the thing. When someone's making a move like rook d4 and they're maybe giving up even more pawns, it's tough to evaluate some of the ensuing counterplay. So I think this rook is here so that if white wins this pawn, there's no b5 coming. So maybe Geary is saying, look, this is defended. These pawns basically can't move or they're very slow. And like, do you start to get things going over here? I don't know. King f5. Rook c7 definitely jumps out, but then I guess he's got rook e6. I look at stuff like this, rook e6, rook e1, as like a potential try here. Rook d7, I don't like the look of rook d7. It feels like a situation where you're only helping your opponent. Because now if you go win this pawn, I'm worried about getting mated with f3, rook down, bishop takes here, bishop's guarding everything. I don't like the look of that. So this one feels wrong, but rook here to try to take. The other thing is maybe rook a8, right? And this is a little bit annoying. Eric played a4, bishop f6, and the reason a4 is there is so that I think he can move the rook now. But here's the thing, bishop f6, let's say Eric goes rook c7, then we might see rook e6, threatening this pawn, and if you bring your rook up to defend it, then I start to get concerned about this king, perhaps. Because there's no real threats here. So rook d3 guards, but then, I don't know, I'm playing like maybe h5, g5, g4, f3, and it's a pretty serious mating idea. Well, yeah, the thing is, it's clear, obviously, in hindsight, that bishop c3 is no good. Like, we can all see that now. But the thing is, once you play bishop c3, your plan is obviously bishop takes e5, right? So having said bishop c3, of course Eric's going to play bishop e5 because that was the plan. And if you're not going to play bishop c3, I mean, I didn't really have an answer to that position. I still don't. I know that it's probably better for white to do another move, of course, but you know, the rooks are doubling and I don't think I can castle into that. So it's true that I don't really have an answer here. c3. Yeah, maybe c3. But the thing is, even something like this, rook d8, bishop here, like I start to get concerned about f3, and although I can send this pawn, like black's just gonna go here, and like I feel like I'm gonna get mated or something. This is a really precarious position. Okay, so yeah, we've got the position that we talked about. I think that Kiri is gonna play pretty much this or this, and to me h5 makes sense first, so it's not hanging. But I think black's plan is this, get a pawn to f3, and then threaten this mate. And I don't think Eric's done. I don't think he's done anything wrong after that blunder. Like he can only do so much. If the eval is better for black, and Giri's not making mistakes, then it's not going to change. King e4. Yeah, maybe king e4 is a great move. King e4. Maybe there's some rook d6 to try. Yeah, he did g5. So if rook takes here, I think... Question mark, he wants to go there. Yeah, this is more straightforward. It does leave that pawn there. I feel like as white, like, maybe I go take that. I think now he might want to play king e4, though. Although king e4, isn't there always king e2? King e2 always holds things together. g4. Ugh. Yeah, you just don't like a pawn on f3. For better or for worse, though, it might be the case rook takes h7 is needed. So king there and g4 stands out to me. Also just g4 straight away. And g4 straight away. If h3, although it does look good, I think perhaps just f3. And surprisingly, there's not really any checks you can utilize. So we'll either see f3 or the other move was king e4. But king e4 feels wrong to cover the e file. But for example, king e4, king e2, f3, king d2, g3, takes, f2. Rook e3. Oof, key move. Rook e3. So then, yeah, probably I would need to throw this check in. There is rook d4, but I think I have a feeling that one pass pawn will probably decide. h3, f3. Oof, tough, tough, tough. Bishop g5. King e4 and hg. Well, king e4 threatens the rook. That's why I've been playing king e2. Like, rook e8 is about to happen. And it's about the mating threats here. Because if the mating threats weren't so significant, you know, taking this one pawn, all of a sudden, I don't think Eric loses the game if you get that pawn. It's such a tough pawn to get. Rook h1, rook e8. This pawn is very tough to get. And I think at this point, you can probably take, and then rook takes on e3. And... or even bishop takes b4. It's just this one pawn. I think black keeps it. And I don't think there's anything Eric can really do about it. Bishop takes c3. Bishop h4. This might just be way more forcing and way more better. Check. Even king f5 works because of this. Not much to do, right? There's also no stalemate tricks. King h3. I mean, you can't really get to that. I'm trying to literally even think how to prevent it. And it's like, you have to go here, but then f2 and rook e1. I mean, it's just like super unfortunate because of how good the game looked. Now, I still think that was a really pivotal moment that we witnessed there. I'll have the cams for next game after. It was, well, obviously this game was defined by one moment, which was right here. This was probably the only thing to look at. Rook d4 was played, and this is right after, look, Eric wins that pawn. You know, black's king's coming in the middle. I mean, should we be playing this move? Should we be playing this move? I mean, b4, I feel like there can't be anything wrong with b4, but rook c7, just to take that, maybe you lose the double pawn, but then you just have 3 connected pass pawns. Yeah, but Hausa, there's no point playing bishop c3 unless you're taking, right? Because now it's like you almost have to play rook a3, maybe? This is the only move I can see. But I tell you, bishop c3 was not played with that intention. So it comes down to this. Maybe rook c7 was there earlier. Let's say you play it now. Did we really have an answer to this? Rook d8. King f5. And what do we do about this? Because rook d1 or castle, I think, get into the same trouble that the bishop ends up on g5. Bishop c1, yeah, but you can never play bishop c1 in these positions, I feel. Ugh. Allowing rook d1, not to mention allowing rook e4 and rook d1 potentially. Yeah, but this is all wrong. Maybe even f3. I guess there's bishop e3 here. Yeah, there's no way I'm comfortable with any of this. So maybe in c3, I was saying, what if check and rook d8? And again, rook d1 will lose. Bishop e1, I was saying f3, and like, I don't really know what white does about let's say that 3-move idea, because we're basically going to get mated there. Rook E1. Yeah, rook E1 is it's a high octane move. Rook E1. And even still, rook E1, rook C4. Bishop's hit rook E2 doesn't work. King E2 shouldn't work. But then you probably go for something like this and one of those two moves. And then I think white somehow emerges out of this just fine. But you really need to find some lines to justify this. Because this or rook d1 just don't cut it. They just don't cut it. When's the next game? Top of the hour. So 13 minutes. And they've been pretty good at starting on time. Hello, Pranav. Yeah, the problem is like I know for a fact that what Eric did is it's got to be good. This felt so correct. Rook on a4 looked amazing. I feel like Eric did all the right things here. Gregory Lars, thanks for the 15 months. Illigro with the Prime sub. Flipflops, thanks for the 3 months with Prime. Canadian Bacon Girl, a full year with Prime. Slavic Thunder, appreciate the 30 months from you. And we got a big 5 gifted subs from Badkins 003. Thank you, Badkins. Yeah, it's funny that b4 looks like pretty logical, but the more I look at this position, the more I'm thinking like, wow, maybe that just wasn't the move. You know, rook c7 or bishop c3 somehow make a better impression. I would never have thought that b4, you know, black doubling the rooks would be such a strong plan. Damn. It's so tough. These games against like these 2750 players, they just don't go down easy. Even though you've done everything right, like Eric has survived Geary's prep, right? This is clearly some kind of prep. Rook g4 looked like a great idea. Like, if anything, Eric looked well prepped in this line. He looked really well prepped. And it's like, okay, great. You survive the opening against the guy. You win a pawn against the guy. You defend your extra pawn, and then all of a sudden after rook d4, it's like, you know, one thing goes wrong and boom. You lose that bishop, and it's just done from there. Oh, I'm so frustrated on Eric's behalf. I feel like it's hard enough work to, you know, out-prepare 2750 and the mainline Caro-Kann. Hello, Yasser Serwan. I think white is doing good in this exact position, but I think White's path to I think White's path to doing well is narrow. I think that's the thing. I think what Black is doing is well, first of all, before b4, I think White has a few moves that to me look like, even though we give this back, the advantage is more clear. But b4 I know can't be a mistake. It's like defending c5, how can that be a mistake? Bishop c3 was not, obviously not the move. But c3, castle, rook c7. I think this is basically the same thing, right? Some kind of bishop g5 or f3. Or maybe e4, I'm gonna think here. Either e4 or f3, I'd have to think. But like, yeah, you're gonna lose this, and what, you're saying like take here and you have 4 pawns? If here, someone after f3 busted out I saw a line that one of the strong chat members posted earlier, rook e7 and bishop g5. That's a nasty one. But then it's like, if that's there and you can't do that, then you have to start with bishop g5 first. That's not so obvious. You can always chuck in some kind of rook d6. Even, I mean, it's irrelevant maybe losing this this pawn or not, because actually we can throw in rook d6. But it seemed like there was a general straying from that. Actually, it's weird that after c3 I'm playing rook d3 when I just spent my whole time saying that c3 I was going to play rook e4. This was what this is the line I gave earlier, right? I like this one more. But then I think we just worked out that rook d8, there was rook e1. So yeah, I think you had to see king f1, rook e1, and then after this, that yeah, just bishop c1, and you know, you've got some great prospects here. Yeah, the A pawn is just going in all these lines, it's true. Yeah, I mean, I can wait for f3, that's right. No need to play rook d6. But rook d6, 3 connected pass pawns. It's hard to complain about that. So if I have even better than that, then I'm more than convinced. Nicola, 1,000 bits and a tier 3 resub for 42 months. Thank you to Nicola Stojan. Yeah, we did start with a loss today. Feels bad, but it feels worse the way it's happening. Like, man, I feel like Eric was so well prepped. Like, I'm curious about this rook g4 move. Very curious about this. It just felt like Eric really had a good feel about what was going on here. Rook g4, like, and after knight e5, takes, rook e4. I thought this was just like sick opening prep. Ah! Feels bad, man. Next up, by the way, let me pull it up here. Vincent Gamer, let me also see if I can get the player cams. think they might be off just for the moment. Vincent will be a fun game, I think. Tough opponent for sure. Eric gets the white pieces again. I'm gonna take just 2 minutes and be right back. Time for the refills. It starts on the top of the hour, so just 3-4 minutes, guys. We'll have the next game. Cam's on and everything. I will be back in a couple minutes. Very quick. BRB. Okay, we back. Vincent's sitting a bit more normally in his chair here. All right. Oh, and Eric's gone for the 2 nights here. That's got to be a it's gonna be a funny feeling. Just play a whole Karokan game. Next game, boom, Karokan. Kaijin, thanks for the 15 months. Tier 3. Kaijin Tiernan. You guys are maybe wondering, like, hang on, what is this opening? You know, white voluntarily permits this. And I've always said, I think it's the mark of an improving player when you start to realize that white does better than black in these positions. When you can actually genuinely understand that concept, you are improving in chess. Because I think up to, I don't know, maybe 2000, 2200, it's basically whoever has to move their king on a queen exchange is less happy. And that's just the principle. But as you get stronger, you realize positions like that are actually quite good for white. So much so that this 2700 GM did not even think about capturing. And we continue. You can claim this bishop here, I think. But let's say knight g3. You can do this. Also h3. So it's an option, but the way that white's played the opening, I mean, stuff like this was technically available at the beginning, and instead he's gone for a setup with d3, queen e2, bishop d2, long castle. So I'm not too familiar with how this bishop gets developed here. Of course, it's clear if that gets taken, but let's say bishop e7. Is it like, do you go after this this bishop here? Maybe even no. Probably not knight h4 straight away. Although could be a move. That could be a move. Yeah, I mean, this looks like comfy for white. Or even just h3, g4, bishop g2. Queen here. Now, if white ever plays king b1, you know, there is the move bishop a3. Not that this is always a great move, but it'll force one of these moves. And bishop c3, knight d5 is not always what you want. h3, okay. So this, by the way, doesn't necessarily mean g4 is coming next. It could just mean knight h4 is coming. And you're just stopping this move. So we could see knight g3, knight h4, or g4. But either way, that bishop is clearly being hunted here. A double reverse. And Canadian rock fan, you are absolutely right. Absolutely right. Playing when you're under the weather is just nobody's favorite. Right? Who the hell wants to do that? And Eric is just not feeling himself. You could just tell. Seabra feels. Playing chess is one of those things that, first of all, I think everybody in the world is probably optimistic and especially over optimistic with what they can achieve while they're sick. I'm very guilty of this as well. It's like, oh yeah, I'm a little bit sick, but I'm fine. I can do that. Playing chess has got to be one of the toughest things to do when you're just not feeling 100%. And one of the easiest things to overrepresent your abilities in. Because you're so damn good at it naturally. Is Eric sick? Yeah, a little bit. Indeed, indeed. But I think you might have noticed it if you were watching yesterday as well. We had the tea going full time. There wasn't no coffee in there. That was, that was some echinacea energy. Bishop takes e4 and bishop c5. Wow. It's like pretty much have to play bishop e1, right? Is there a way for me not to play bishop e1? Because I really want to find it if it exists. Bishop e1 is like a weird move, but it's still not. That's not the end of the world. I think you can do bishop e1. Eric's had the bishop pair in a lot of games this tournament. He's had it in both games today so far. Can't complain. Love those bishops. That's right. The tuck. Bishop e1 tuck. So let's say you don't, right? Let's say you don't tuck. What are we going for? G4? Anytime you play e5, knight d5 appears to be good, although c4, and now all these moves are off the table because the bishop is hanging. Don't know if it's enough though. It's just it's kind of nice, but if black just collects that pawn and gets out of there. Knight g5 coming. I could see this being a small push for white here. Could definitely see it. So my thing after bishop e1 is what's the route to untangle? Because this sets white behind in the sense like, well, let's say you castle, you also have to calculate this. Which looks really weird, actually. So bishop e1, does it actually make a threat of e5 if you castle? I think black will play e5. I don't think you can deal with this move. I feel like black will do that. e5. g3, castle. And it's tough for me to play f4. Right, if I'm moving the knight back, rerouting. The pieces clearly look weird here. Let's put it that way. You know, so it's like, even if you get rid of this bishop, you've already done the damage to white's position, right? You've slowed them down tremendously. Maybe start with knight back. Ooh, I suppose knight here actually comes with a devious intention here, bishop a5. So after bishop c5, bishop e1, Eric played. I think that Eric might want to reroute this knight. Crazy as that sounds. Knight d2, knight b3. Now, black might castle this way, but it does feel weird. However, it makes more sense than this. This one I had a hard time believing because of this. Not sure what you guys think of this, but d7's hanging. And knight f4, like you just have two knights hanging now. You are part of the elite, Liv Callow. Certman SC. That should be a rhetorical question. What did the plebs do? They existed. They were themselves. Hello, Charon. Man, if Eric ever needed some energy, it's definitely right now. He's got the white pieces 3 times today. I hate it, but I loved Eric's game last time against Geary. I just hate that the result doesn't match the effort at all. Eric is due for a dub. Okay, I think this was necessary. All the lines I was calculating with e5 were like too strong, so completely understand that move. Now I was suggesting knight d2. I don't know if there are other moves, but I find g3 to be like a little slow. g4 just isn't it. So I thought knight d2 with some ideas, mainly knight b3 to kick that bishop. Now knight here, knight b3 might be a very decent move next, but black definitely should not go back because of bishop a5. So bishop b4. And that way, if you go c3, you can go back. There's no bishop a5. And if takes. Yeah, I feel like black is doing well here also. Maybe white could just be slightly worse after this. Yeah, but maybe, yeah. I don't know, queen b6. It is slightly worse. Hello to Nitsud Prime. How would you guys develop your pieces here? I see the bishop tethered to this, which means I have to dislodge that piece. In my head, at least. If I go here, it's like temporary solution. I could try to go knight into f5. And g3, f4. But the thing is, there's also takes and bishop there. What's the score? Well, it's not a match against one player, it's just one game. So lost to Geary, currently playing Vincent Kamer. If not knight d2, then I think knight h4. I'm really low on ideas, I gotta say. Not overall, just that in this position, like I'm really only calculating maybe 3 moves. This one is reasonable. It's just that if f4 here, bishop d2, it's like just hanging on. Plus, there's like easy moves for black, like rook e8. I don't know. Doesn't feel right. G4, wow. G4, well, G4 plays against kingside castling very clearly because of G5. And I'm wondering why he wasn't keen on queenside castling. But I guess it's... is knight h5 playable? Because it might not be playable. If knight h5 is not playable because of knight takes e5 or something, then that starts to make sense. Because he played h6 really quickly. And if you ask me, if I can get my opponent to play h6 against g4, then I was always playing g4. To be honest with you guys, I didn't think h6 was going to be the reaction. But this looks this looks a lot better. At least I can get behind this idea, right? If you castle, you drop the f7 pawn. Always. Bohemian Rhapsody 69. Thank you for the resub for 2 months. Using Prime. Right, so what gives FK Gun? It always looks good, doesn't it? I mean, these bishops admittedly aren't doing great. Black's pieces appear to be developed very nicely, but with this pawn being hit, you know, how comfortable is black playing kingside castle here? Like, it looks pretty crazy. Okay, I'm curious where there are database games here. A few games here, not many. Yeah, they're on their own. Very much so. However, if you're not castling, what are you doing? Rook f8? Maybe rook f8? I don't know. h4, bishop h3 for white. Yeah, he does rook f8. I honestly didn't know what else to do as black. So rook f8, h4 seems to be the best move by far. Develop this bishop. I don't think black has a choice but to allow it. You know, anything about playing knight h5, knight f4, it's too slow. So castles, bishop h3. I think king there. It could also be king c7. But king c7 sometimes is on the wrong the wrong square. But okay, let's say king c7. I don't know, like queen here. f7 is hanging. You can also play king b1. Again, Eric's position looks great. 2 bishops again. He's closing the time gap. I think he knows the next couple moves he wants to do. The only other thing instead of bishop there that he might consider is rook h3. And I just noticed it right now. Bishop h3 looked like, I mean, it is a fantastic diagonal, but rook h3, maybe to bother some of the pieces. You know, it wouldn't be a game of Eric's without a rook staying high in front of some pawns on some unusual squares. I feel like that's been a theme, right? Didn't he have that in a few of his games so far? Yeah, rook h3, rover bra. There's also bishop h3, but I mean, this is just me lazy calculation, because if queen c4 is working, then it's just great, right? Bishop takes f2. I mean, sure, go for it. I've got knight d6 check if you move the rook. I'm otherwise taking. Queen e3, I have bishop d2. And takes. Yeah, I mean, he has to go for it, right? I suppose, by the way, you could take. Doesn't this look convincing? If knight there, we have queen e6 check, rook d7. So in this case, this knight move maybe looks like a move I don't want to allow. Just because of that. I have knight e5 here. It just looks really, really messy. Let's say knight e5. I have to deal with rook here. It's like, no. This is a little bit wild. But what happens after this? You take, you can also take here. Am I missing some idea here? Queen e3, we go bishop d2. Maybe he wants this. Knight b6. Queen here, rook here. No, because this is pinned. And if knight c5 or something, takes. I don't think there are enough threats here. There's always bishop h3, by the way. And then you can just take this queen. So those tactics truly never work. Any of this like back rank trickery, there's always bishop h3 check. So the question is, do you take, or do you take on f7 first? I'm leaning towards taking on f7 first. I mean, yeah, there's bishop back, but then I think you really do just move the king. Come on, buddy. This looks great. The whole game's been great. After bishop e1, I have to say this moment here is crucial. You know, do you sack the pawn? Do you go back? I mean, this is just Eric power. I didn't think that g4 was great because I was always thinking, oh, knight h5, knight f4. But if knight takes e5 and queen h5 was always a threat and maybe an issue or something, then that's a different story. Because, yeah, h6 takes and knight takes, I thought would be great for white. Queen c4 takes and knight takes f7. Okay, let's say rook takes, queen takes. So this is what I'm talking about. Queen e3 check. We can play bishop here. And like queen takes e4, bishop h3, like there has to be enough going on here. And any of this knight c5 stuff, maybe black wants you to fall into this somehow. I mean, it's not completely mate either because of rook d2, but let's say that this is an idea. You just throw in bishop h3, and then you can take the queen because the rook's defended. So that never really works as far as I can see. So if queen e3 isn't dangerous, then, you know, you can take, I don't know, queen f2, but yeah, again, bishop h3 is always there. So that was rook takes f7. If bishop e3 back, again, I don't really see any big threats. Bishop d4 idea, but c3 looks comfortable. Bishop doing a great job. Again, this bishop h3 check in every single line to help out the rooks on the back rank look good. Maybe takes queen a5. But again, bishop h3. It's like the best way to guard that rook. Yeah, so bishop h3 is just such a key move next. And again, if you move the rook, which is being attacked, then white always has knight d6 to pick it up. So black's not really incentivized to play rook e8 here. Yeah, I think if you were looking at knight e4, I mean, knight e4 here, queen e3, or like queen e3, knight e4. Or sorry, queen e3, this bishop d2. So I'm not really sure how you're getting queen e3, knight e4. That's the thing. Yeah, I just don't know how you're getting it. Because queen e3, I play bishop d2. And queen takes e4 will drop your entire queen. Okay, this has been played. Time's evening up. And it should be because, I mean, Eric's winning material here. The thing is, I don't think there is a move for black. Like, black has moves to play, but I don't think there is a specific move that just kind of saves things. Okay. Bishop d3 is like kind of solid option. Bishop h3 is the first and main thing that I'm thinking about because it appears to just do everything at once. So yeah, it's very hard for me not to play bishop h3 here, but there are perhaps other moves. Truly any bishop move will do. Then the rooks protect one another. But, you know, it is hard not to play bishop h3 here, I think. Let's see what maybe Eric's thinking about here. Other than that, you can't really move your queen or do anything there. I don't think it makes sense to move the rook. What don't we like about this? Because, like, queen there is not possible. This is still hit. Am I missing some trick here with, like, with the knight being hit? Because the knight can't move, so there's none of that. Knight takes e4. Yeah, but what's the thing? Ah, this is the thing. Queen d2, queen e1. So, and I don't even know, by the way, what the result of that line is. Yeah, who knows? Because black has some moves here as well. Knight e4. Somehow looks very suspicious. Queen d2 is a threat here. Queen d2, queen e1 is a threat. Yeah. The point of knight e4 is that black wants to take here. Queen f4, knight d2. Yeah, that's a good point as well. That's a better point. That's a much better point, and a simpler tactic. Queen d2 feels so sexy that you're like only focused on that. But okay, to be fair though, isn't black lost other than knight takes e4? I suppose maybe he's thinking, okay, I could go queen check and then knight e4, and it's more forcing. That's the other thing he could be thinking right now. But the thing is, we're going to see some combination of queen f4 and knight e4 here, right? The question is which one? Takes on d7, queen e4. Sure, but you're going to lose your knight, right? That's the whole point of this line. Do you think you will see that? I absolutely think you'll see it. FK gone. What else do you do as black, right? Like, surely you're not calculating anything except probably these two moves. And I think you just liked queen f4 in this particular order. Because queen f4, as JK Russia pointed out, is better than queen d2 takes, right? Because queen f4, you're actually threatening knight d2, which is a game winner, right? So now with this move being threatened, I'm not sure what options we have. Rook takes, queen takes. And like, yeah, you can take and go rook takes e5. You're not going to be worse, but you're also probably not going to be better. You can take with the queen as well. And then queen takes e5 with the pin, but feels like you're getting into a similar position. So Eric is losing now? Well, no. I wouldn't say Eric is losing. But I don't think we're winning that rook that we were looking at earlier. I can definitely tell you that. You know, I would stop and think for a second about maybe knight takes d8, knight e6, but I don't think it works. Queen e4. I think black would do well to take that as opposed to queen takes e5. I don't think black wants to deal with that. Oh yeah, rook takes is the same thing, and I mean, somehow things just look even there at the end. I don't think so, JK Russia, because then the queen, if we took on f2, the queen would basically just get there. And then there would follow knight e4, exact same tactic that you pointed out, right? So I think you go here. What are the other tricks here? Yeah. Everybody takes. Rook g5, rook g1, and maybe an escape square here. We're definitely not worse, but it's going to be tough to find the positions that were better. Still, we have the pressure just for the moment because g7 is loose. Eric always has back rank issues. Yeah, we need to play like b3, for example, something to ensure that's not going to be a problem. But man, the way that Gamer held that position together, I thought we had some good stuff going on after queen c4. I was misinformed. But if white doesn't play bishop h3 after queen f2, I mean, black still threatens knight takes e4. So I just wasn't fully appreciating that knight takes e4 was such a strong idea. That was like the saving idea for black. Queen f2, knight e4, and then queen takes f7. Everyone is too good. You see how tough it is to win a game? Like, what the hell? $10 from JC Digital Girl. Thank you, JC. Luck indeed. They're all just lucker dogs. Here, here. And if rook e8 to go here, there's bishop g6. Rook e7. Gotta be time for that move. Now, knight e8. Knight e8, bishop here, knight back. Eric needs b3, and then we can say he's really making some threats. Doesn't have to be b3, but some pawn move. Okay, now Eric's making threats. Woo. Now we're threatening to take on g7. I was gonna say, we're gonna see rook h8. Now, bishop d3 looks nearly requisite. Will have to happen at some point, but Eric is trying here. a5, king b2. I imagine we'll see these moves. That is a very forcing move. Very forcing move. So he's trying, I think he's trying to just liquidate here. And I think it'll also work. Not much to, yeah. Knight e4 is a good move like that. And you'll see h5, rook h4. Interesting to play rook e7 there. I never would have played rook e7. I would have played rook h4 for sure. Because I just feel like now, isn't black just the one playing defense for no reason? Somehow there's like, all of a sudden, some X% chances now. I don't know. He's trying to bring the king over here. I respect that. I see what the lad is up to. It seems like if you do, there's always rook g6, and yeah, it can stop that, and you know, if white's ever concerned, on to h6 will liquidate. There you go. Probably draw offer, I guess. Maybe play to move 40, like alphas. Dude, the way these top guys hold positions together, I thought we were winning material. I thought we were winning material there. It's crazy. That is a draw. Dude, it's like, how do you beat these top guys? I'm telling you. How do you beat him? What the hell, dude? Didn't this look so good? First of all, I totally underestimated this. G4, G5 was fantastic. And then, I mean, I was saying this, but I mentioned Queen C4, and I just never put it together that we could just do it immediately. Okay, Queen C4. And after Bishop F2, are we really just not... Do we really just not have anything here? Because Knight F7, Bishop E1, Knight takes D8, there's Queen E3 check, Rook takes D8, and I don't think there's any brilliant bishop moves because, yeah, Black's just going to save the piece and be up 2 pieces for the Rook. I totally just didn't estimate this move properly. Queen F2 with this this stuff is just really strong. And the thing is, Knight E4 covers D6. So there's not even a Knight D6 check there. Why not Rook E2? Dude, I think the lines are all the same, honestly. We're giving this check no matter what, and then we're taking, and then we're taking your knight. And it's like, it all feels the same. King here takes, and like I'm hitting this. Knight takes D8. Well, queen takes F1 here. It's particularly bad. Bishop D3 was the better try. Was it? I mean, like, this is what I'm wondering. What difference does it make? Aren't we playing Knight takes E4 anyway? This is what I was saying. It's like, why does it matter? It almost feels like no matter what move white does, we can just play Knight takes E4. Damn, Banana and Krieger, thanks for the 5 months with Prime. Thanks again for the Dono JC Digital Girl. Did feel like a little bit of bad luck and a little bit of great calculation from Gamer as the boys drew the game. But geez, like what's Eric got to do? My God, you got to play such a complete game to beat these guys. Brisket451, thanks for the 8 months, and Jadoob for 14 months. Yeah, he defended really well. I assume this stuff is all sound. Look at this. Like, what can he do against the guy's just defending really well? I mean, GG. GG. Kamer played well. But that's what you get being a young player, 2700. I mean, the guy's freaking good. He's freaking good. Oh yeah, salty. Oops. We wish. We wish. Man. Game against Giri looked great. Game against Kamer looked great. Game against Mamedyarov looked great. Game against Duda was pretty dead. Really, really think back on that one. Carlsen game was tough. And game against Danya was back and forth, but ultimately ended in a draw. It's like, what the hell? Well, what about it, JK? I mean, it looks like such a good move, but I can't make this work. Because black either takes and goes queen f2, or you take and the queen ends up on f2, and the result is the exact same. As long as black's queen is on f2, you can just pre-move knight e4 when the knight's on f7, and it always works. Next game on the top of the hour, 12 minutes. Is there a rook f1 move? No, there's a bishop on f1. Tough. I don't know. There's like no. There's no. There's no way I can outcalculate bishop f2 here. It's just too strong. Yeah. The beads want queen f3 and bishop c4. I mean, I don't know. It's good. It's obviously very good, but I was only thinking of developing the bishop to h3, maybe rook h3. But I mean, yeah, it's very strong. just wouldn't think of it. I don't know. King b1, maybe I would play, but with these bishops here, it doesn't feel good to have my queen needing to take back on d1. So I was thinking of those two moves. Did not even cross my mind queen f3, to be honest with you. Pawn f3, Pawn f3 is a little low T. Probably not a bad move, but probably similar level to maybe all these moves. It's just that pawn f3, suddenly black can bring a knight to f4, which I don't love, and I guess there's bishop e3. Not that those moves alone are enough, but f3 to me doesn't look like it's necessary. Because like if I'm not going to go queen c4, then I'd rather play a developing move. And f3, like, I don't feel like I need to play it. It's not a bad looking move, but I don't know. I don't like giving the h5 square to black. I like that the queen watches where the knight can go. Prepares queen c4. You're not wrong, but bishop h3 also prepares queen c4 technically, because if we have bishop h3 and all those lines, then it, then this also works. So I feel like I'd rather choose a piece development than moving another pawn here. f3 is not bad. But it seems to me like white maybe has some options here. F3, rook h3, bishop h3. Like, I liked bishop h3, but honestly, when I saw Eric pause here, I didn't connect the dots that queen c4 he was going to do, which makes tons of sense. But I was thinking rook here to play like this, and then bishop h3. Like, then everybody's kind of happy. All the pieces are developed nicely. And by the way, not just this, but maybe rook b3. Rook f1 after bishop d3. I don't think it's working. You want this. The plan is the same plan that we talked about earlier, which I think is queen d2 check. Queen takes rook check. Knight d2 and knight takes c4. And the best you're going to do as white here is somehow be equal. So pretty tough stuff. But yeah, rook f1 stops queen f4. But there was this other idea that we'd mentioned, which was like queen d2 and takes on e1 to clear the d2 square. It's like a very cool tactic. Dying Wish, thanks for the 6 months with Prime. Oof, tough stuff this game. I don't know what to say, guys. This is high level chess, and I feel like Eric's playing well. I really do. He's playing some natural moves. He's getting some very playable opening positions against some top players. You just can't win every game. I mean, the guy's playing well. Can't win every game. God damn. God damn. Next, Eric does play with the black pieces. He's playing Aditya Mittal. Yeah, that's true. He played the Caro-Kann back to back. Maybe Eric will play the Caro-Kann now. Those GMs be tough. Sornik, I don't think we have to be honest and face it. I think you're stating the obvious, no? Gee, let's be honest. Eric's lower rated. Yes. Eric is lower rated than every single one of the players he's playing, except this one. This is the only guy he's higher rated than. So, yes, that's clear. The other thing is, like, I think someone actually asked me, and, you know, if you look at this, and it's like, yeah, Eric's 2600, but I think I was asked by a special someone, you know, oh, who else in the field is, you know, it's like a streamer or, you know, content creator, right? And I was like, oh, I don't think anyone is. And then I was like, oh yeah, Danya's playing. So there's one player who, you know, streams and whatnot. So Naroditsky is in that situation. But then you look at everyone else, and every single other player is not only a 2650 plus, right? For like 2650 plus, they're professionals, meaning they study chess, train chess, and play chess all the time as a full-time job career, right? It's like goddamn tough to keep up. It really is. It is tough to keep up. So it's a star-studded list. Eric is definitely, you know, not at the 2750 level that these other guys are. A lot of these other guys are at, and with the preparedness and the experience and whatnot. I think he can compete at that level, but you know, this is not the only thing that Eric focuses on. It's tough. It's tough. Definitely Wally Renfield, 100%. Here, let me actually see if I can grab the cams for the players. Got them. Metal's got that, like, streaming from a fishbowl energy. I just know that if Eric can get a win, it would do wonders for the confidence. Especially in an event like this. Let's not forget, a win's worth $750, so man's got to get paid, you know? Realty money? We're not sure. We're not sure. Hey, you guys want to see something I looked up today? I saw I saw a board here. It's Tiffany and Co. You know this company? It's a pretty big company, right? Pretty big company, right? I know the cam's in the way. Let me see if I can get that. Yeah, sterling silver, right? 24K gold. See how much that is? $163,000. $163,000 for this chessboard. That's Canadian dollars, but still. 163,000. Now, I want you guys to take a look at this. I want you guys to take a look at this. You guys see what I'm seeing? Oh, you guys aren't seeing what I'm seeing. You guys are looking at how ugly they are. Guys, the board is not set up properly. The kings are not across from each other. The kings are not even facing each other. This is insane. It's 163,000. They're not even facing each other. This is ludicrous. What? Well, actually, if you pay double, we'll set it up properly, bro. Yeah, just madness, guys. Just madness. 163,000. Good lord. Good lord. Tiffany, by the way. Can you imagine? Like, and I did this on I did this on purpose. Like, I went to Google and I Googled like how to set up chessboard properly. And I went to images just to see if there was any misinformation out there. You could check that page for literally like an hour. You could go to page 2, 3, 500. You probably wouldn't find a chessboard setup wrong. So it's like, I'm wondering who made the decision to put the king there? Was it like the designer themselves were like, hey, it looks good there, and just never bothered to check? Why would I check? I just make it up. Is that a perfume by Hermes? What is this? Or is it just like an object? I don't even know what it is. Now, when I'm faced with this, I do one of two things. I either play Queen's Indian, which does not have a great reputation at the top level, or something like a Ragozin, like this. And definitely d5 is the very, very solid approach here. Yeah, what does that mean? HMS? What does it mean? A knight-shaped paperweight. What is that? You like put it on top of your paper or something? And just like stops it from flying away in the wind? Like what's the situation? It's a sculpture, huh? Do they have a whole set? Well, they do have a set. Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt the game, but this is an Hermes chess set. Look at the color of the squares. The black pieces aren't even set up on the right color squares. How are these rich companies so stupid? Like, this is just embarrassing. How can you be this dumb? Holy cow. This is like terrible. Let's enhance. Look at these pieces. What are these pieces? What am I looking at? It's like some pepper shakers. Oh my goodness. I can't comment on these guys. This is terrible. This is really bad stuff. And of course the pieces, or the squares here, you see they've actually set them up and they actually make sense, right? In this picture, they've somehow got it right. Ugh. My goodness. Check, bishop d2 back, d5, and bishop to f4. You could have achieved this, of course, by going... But if you do this, you're a beta. The alphas do it like this. it's so triggering to look at like bougie companies trying to sell you like chessboards, because I don't get it. Like, level with me for 1 second, guys. It takes literally 2 seconds out of your life to Google how to set up a chessboard properly, and yet chessboards are on sale for like $200,000 and the picture is displayed incorrectly. Honest question, is that on purpose? Like, because it's too easy to fix. Like, I just don't get it. How can you how can you have that for sale and it just be wrong? I gave them publicity. Well, it depends your view on that. I'm giving them publicity and saying, this is the dumbest thing ever. I would never buy that. If you guys hear me say that and think to yourself, yeah, I think I want to buy that, then you deserve that chessboard. It is made for you. You are as dumb as the board. I think so, TH Toaster. Like, I honestly believe it. Yeah, we know that this chat is full of people that have a 163K spare. Some spare change. Okay, so the one thing about Eric's position is that b5 and bishop b7 is much different than this bishop. So yes, the bishop's nice on f4, but you know, if white plays b4, it doesn't hold the same weight as black playing b5. Maybe Smokeahuntus, but then I don't think that 1% and I should ever meet. I will definitely pass a lot of judgment on someone based on their ability to set up the chessboard. There's nothing, absolutely nothing worse than like walking into a home and right in the front room, you have some really rich, and you already know they don't use it or don't know how to play because it's usually glass. You'll constantly have people have a glass chess set. And it's like, number one, I can tell you don't play chess. You probably don't know how to set it up. It doesn't look good. Like, it's just nothing. I hate it, hate it, hate it. It's like, I should never meet these people. I pass immediate judgment. Get that trash ass board out of your living room. You don't even know how to play chess. You could barely set it up. It's not functional. You can't actually make moves. It's like, hey, do you want to play a game? I saw you have a chess set in the living room. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's like, okay, like, Jesus. Okay. Is that the looking board? That's for looking? But you guys are wise to that now. You guys are wise to that. So, somebody in chat said that Mittal looks like he has a fake nose, and I cannot unsee that. I can't unsee that. Whoever said that, you know who you are. Shame on you. We were having a nice discussion about how rich people can't set up chessboards. But I really I really believe that. So fellas, you know, when you're visiting your lady friend, you know, she's showing you her house for the first time, pay attention. It's very trendy nowadays for people to have chessboards, okay? Very trendy. Have a look at it, inspect it, make sure it's set up properly. Pass judgment if not. It's important that we make a statement about how we don't want fake people flaunting chessboards and pretending like they know what they're doing. Knight to a4 is a rather interesting move because bishop a7, bishop c7. If knight b6, you take this, and then you take that. Right? So he's got to be going bishop b6. And then maybe rook d6. Oh, I think this all happened on the board. Yeah. Well, actually, bishop here, draw. No, bishop here, we go rook c6. Should you fix the chessboard for them or just leave ASAP? No, I would prod them about questions. So if you see the chessboard is set up wrong, immediately go for the questionnaire. Oh, damn, chessboard, sick, sick. Like, do you know how to, so like, is chess in your family? Like, you pretty good? Right? As soon as she drops the, oh yeah, like I'm pretty good. My dad's like a strong player. Like I play all the time. Like, uh-huh. Interesting. Huh. Do you now? Play all the time, do you? Do you play all the time with the queen on that square? I mean, it has to be this, right? The thing is, white, it's difficult for white to be worse in these positions. It really is. But like, takes. You know, even bringing the knight back, like. Yeah, Eric's gonna have a fine position, but I don't know. Tough one to win. I think he's playing well, though. I think rook c6, knight d4. b5, hello. Rook d8 is also playable, but I think in general you're bothered by that, so knight c6 comes to mind. Eric's got a really good game going here, but it's kind of typical what I would expect. Like, he's the higher rated player, he's got the black pieces. I think he's already comfortably equalized. Mr. Carson, maybe because of moves like knight e5 or knight d4. I don't know. And if the rook moves, then knight b6. Okay, so a couple options. b6, definitely. I'm looking at bishop e8 as well, just to try to keep some pieces on the board. Bishop e8 followed by, you know, b6 and maybe slide the pieces over. But what white's doing somehow feels slightly artificial. So maybe bishop e8 here. The old Tuxki. Wow, Lethbridge chess prefers black here in this position. Let's all make a note of that. If Lethbridge chess prefers this position, I think we have a winner. That's right. The happiest bear. The Lethbridge chess. So I like this. Both b6 and b5 are playable. Don't really like b5 though. Wow, really got a lot of wave bras in chat. I'm waiting on this move. If not that, then what do I want? Maybe rook here? I feel like it's good to keep that bishop. What would be the problem with this? Knight doesn't look like it has any good squares, actually. Kafka Tamura, thanks for the 7-month resub. You could set it up properly after you buy it. Really? Really? You don't think that the pieces have to stay on the squares that you buy them in? I would not purchase a chess set that was not set up properly in the pictures. I wouldn't. I truly wouldn't. If you can't do basic due diligence on that, I'm for sure not buying from you. Actually, the pieces are defective. It's a 4-minute think. I can only expect he's going to do this. Okay, you could play bishop c6. But the thing is, this rook feels like it wants to slide over. It could go back around, but I think he wants to slide over. Bishop there. If the knight moves, maybe bishop takes on g2. But I can't imagine why this would be so important to play. Because it feels like the rook on a7 is kind of silly now. I did think about just b6. But, okay, leaving white with a bishop here doesn't feel like, you know, the best possible thing. White just can't be worse. Okay, bishop c6 played. Does Eric want to take? King e2 was my default idea. So king e2, let's say b6. Knight has to go probably to some silly square. Not many available. But then from here, what what to do? I mean, yeah, we can maybe force white to do this. Some small achievement. But the reason I'm thinking about bishop f3 here is because if you have a completely symmetrical position against low-rated opponent, then maybe you feel like there's not much to do in the position. So at least by trying to get it in balance, then trying to create something, some chances. King e7. Yeah, so if rook d1, although maybe tempting to do this, I would also consider this. 85, probably not that, but bishop e8, how's that? Because, yeah, if we play b6, rook c7, we're going to be doing well here as black. b6, now the knight goes to b3 and d4. Damn, report really lost in 16 moves, eh? Holy smokes. This is pretty nasty. We got to see the 16 move crush. He missed this. Bishop b2, rook takes h2. Nasty. You can probably do it in a few different ways. Knight f3 looks like it works. Probably a bunch of different ways, but let's say this. And I think you've got one check and that's it. No, you have this one. There we go. The other way to do it was to go knight f3 check at the beginning, which also looked tempting. Because now if you take, you get mated by force, and that's the threat. And then again, white has like this check, so wasn't too sure about it. But I think in the previous line with c6, that was the one. Nasty. Nasty. Rook takes h2. GG. It's pretty dirty. It's pretty dirty. Big shack. King e7. I thought we might get this, but now it's getting to the point where rook c7 might be an issue. So knight d7. Takes, I mean, let's say white takes the bishop against knight position. It's not going to be that impressive for white here. Just go takes b6 or maybe a5. Rook c7 can move the king, and yeah, black's gonna get some open lines here. And if you go b5, then I mean knight b6, but also even this, and try to play knight c5. So So when you see a position like this as white, conventional wisdom tells you that you really shouldn't capture that. Like, you should maybe move the knight like this. Because you want white's knight or black's knights to just bounce it. Like once black plays knight b6, all of a sudden the rook can't come out. So I think you're supposed to move the knight back. Like trading here is you're not trading this knight for this knight. You're trading this knight for that knight, which is an issue. "72 months from Lethbridge Chess." Exactly 6 years from LBC. Thank you to Lethbridge Chess. Go Eric. He's playing a low-rated player here, but Mittal, as far as I know, like, let me check the standings. Like, I know he's put together some dubs here. He won at least one game. Yeah, he's got 5 points. So he probably won a game and had some draws or something. Bishop d3, a far nicer move than bishop b3, by the way. Far nicer. Hello to Wild Hacks. I believe it's called something like Tommy Sunset Extraction, I want to say. Depends if you're talking about his his rap songs or not. His rap songs are a different story. For that, I think you can find them in the Rap Caviar playlist. Nice call, FK Gun. Still looks very difficult to grind an edge, but like, doesn't white have... I mean, maybe black is doing just fine here, but like white has some chances with that outside pass pawn. Maybe it's nothing. Because it's so far back and it's blockaded. Bishop b5. So takes, and if you take here, then I imagine the plan is rook c7. So b6, covering rook c7. If takes here, you can actually take back with the rook. I mean, it's tough to imagine this being not a draw. I think white should probably play something like f4 here. Because then if, black takes and goes rook a2, you put the king up and you're threatening rook c7. So you stop the knight from moving anywhere. I feel like white's best move is f4. King f3, try to push these pawns. I'm expecting f4. If not f4, then as white, what are you doing? Like, I guess you have to just take and make a draw or something? Winning chances few and far between. Yeah, indeed. So let's see, take and go knight f6. I like a knight f6 idea. If bishop here, perhaps Rook c7. I think knight f6 is good from Eric because now rook c6, knight d5, it just looks wrong. So definitely what just happened is very good. We get to keep our knight, first of all. I'm happy about that. Bishop c6 is the only way to stop all these knight squares. Like, I'm intending knight d5 or knight e4. Knight e4 will also coordinate really well with the rook here. I noticed that the position really started to get better after Lethbridge chess resubbed. After knight here, I believe we will see maybe bishop c4. Right? I think that's what he wants. Now, we'd love to be able to get the knight into e4. Rook b2. Yeah. Rook takes b6. Rook takes b4. I don't think you want takes, rook check, king d6, bishop c6, or bishop a6. And maybe the best Eric can do is this. Looks very tough. Any real chance to push for a win? Not without these pawns. If those pawns are on the board, maybe. Without those pawns, I don't think so. I'm looking at h5, like rook here. I am looking at h5 and knight g4, but that doesn't even threaten a mate of any kind. Knight d5. No, I mean this. I don't know what White's thinking about here. Oh, he's thinking about this move, obviously. But not much going on there. Maybe draw. King d6. I don't think you want to go for this. I mean, there's not much he can do. But he wants a draw. He can pretty much have a draw. Yep. They each get paid $250 for this draw. Well, actually, it's $750 for a win. So White should resign as a lower rated player. And the players should split the money. Dude, Eric's got that face of like, why am I here making these draws? Oh my goodness. The guy wants he just wants to play for a win. He just wants something. He wants some action, some energy. The problem is, you remember the last time that he did this was against Duda. And it's unfortunate because he did that against Duda. He wanted to play for a win, and he ended up losing. Sad. Yeah, if you try to play for fun in these games, doesn't work. Doesn't work. Abdusatorov, by the way, has been crushing. He's in clear first, ahead of Mamajarov, Duda, Carlson. Top 8 right now looks like 9 points. So basically, Vidit's won 3 games. We're sitting down at 13th place, but we're really only a couple of wins off 8th place. What looks like is happening right now, guys, is actually good for Eric, objectively. Let me take that off for a sec. So this is the standings. And by the way, there's a lot of games still going, so don't take these standings too seriously yet. It's a lot of points that need to be shared. But point being, it looks like it's very like top heavy and bottom heavy, meaning the guys at the top are just crushing and the guys at the bottom are like taking hits. So as soon as anyone from this group from like 11 to 16, as soon as they win 1-2 games, they might jump up to like 7th, 8th place immediately. There's not a lot going on in the middle here. It looks very top heavy and very bottom heavy. Just the type of event that it is. Oh, Magnus just took an L. Is that so? Did he really resign here? I guess it's like pretty bad, but no, you wouldn't expect it. Wouldn't expect it. It is 3 points for a win. Yep. 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. White's up 2 connected pass bonds here. Is he going to be able to convert? Sad Dad City. Techno for sure. Rookie 1 for the boys. Isn't Magnus being tricky all of a sudden? There's c4 here? Or that? Rook takes e6 threatened? Magnus is being very tricky. I realized rook takes e6 is not threatened because it's check, so ignore for now. But he's definitely setting something up. This has to be a game that Arjun wins. What about rook h3? Rook takes, we have bishop g7. Rook h3, there's no tricks here. And rook h3 wants to take on a3. Oh, he did it. Yeah, so we're going to lose this. But taking a3 feels good. Huh. Rook here. Rook here. Takes rook a6. After rook here, if you play this move, I think... I mean... How is this endgame? What's going on here? This is the wrong color. This feels winning, instinctively. It feels like a win. King b2, probably for sure. I don't think you want to allow this. I think it's beneficial to do this. Just put that on g7, the bishop will stay there, then you can put the pawn on h6, and then send this guy. It should be a fairly easy win. Sadly for Magnus. Here, and then bishop e5. Yeah, and just put the bishop on c3, and like you can bring your king all the way around if you want. But yeah, a4 is the very next move, unless bishop d1. So now a4, a5. Instructive. Instructive. Damn. You might even resign here. I don't know. Yeah, he just resigns here. Makes sense to me. Don't see what he was going to do about that. Should be a draw. Draw? Draw? I don't think d5 is doing anything. The next game starts on the hour, so 13 minutes. The knight on d8 is trapped here. Huh. It's interesting that white didn't sack on c6. I guess this is headed straight for a draw. In this game as well. Eric lost the first game to Geary, probably his best game, and then the next two games were draws. If you're just joining, there's only 4 games today, so the last game is against Rapport. Eric has the white pieces against Richie Rapport. Maybe King B1 for the boys. Try to play B3, but I guess the rook sits there. B4. If this, then maybe some check. Rook B6, I would do. But I guess to be fair, black just sits here and just moves the king. This looks like a way to simplify. Rook here takes. And only kings remain. Exciting game. Yeah, Norderbeck is doing really well in the tournament, and now that all the games are done for this round, the standings will be indeed updated, I think. A win to close the day truly changes everything, guys. We really need it more than ever. Because a win puts us at 50% for today, which is always acceptable when you need to finish top 8. And then Eric just needs a day where he finishes above 50%, and suddenly you're right back in it. But finishing 2 days in a row below 50%, like not getting 2 out of 4, basically, is too tough. So I think this is a really, really important game. We're about halfway through the tournament right now. Eric's playing Richard Rapport, who recently switched federations to Romania. And how is Rapport doing in the tournament? Rapport's not doing that well in the tournament, eh? Well, he just had that nasty loss to Mamedyarov. You remember that? We looked at that, the queen sack. But yeah, Rapport only has 7 points, so he hasn't been doing too hot here. And Eric's got the white pieces, so that's what we got in about 8 minutes. I am gonna go for some refills. Quick few minute break. I'll get the cams up for Report and our buddy Eric as well. And that'll be the final Rapid game for today. So really need to finish with a win. I know Eric's not feeling his best, and it's tough. These guys are all just so solid, like tough to play for a win, but he's got the white pieces and can't ask for more than that. It's the best spot you could be in. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys, and we'll get the last game underway. All right. There we go. We're back. First move on the board. E4. Yeah, Eric's got the white pieces. We're playing Report. Richard Report. He hasn't had a great tournament so far. You know, relative to obviously his 2750 rating. But none of these guys are easy pickings. I mean, if someone's having a bad tournament, but they're 2750, guys, they're still 2750. And Eric has not had the easiest time either. I think I truly believe that he's been playing well. I've been saying that throughout many of the games. I think he's got some winning positions numerous times, some better positions. He overpushed a few times and he, maybe didn't convert, but like, I don't think you can be that harsh on the guy. I feel like he's been up against this great defense, and there we go, Rook G1. Rook G1. What do we think about that? What's up, Neil? Captain Micmac. What is this nonsense? I mean, hey, Rook to G1, pawn to G4. You guys know there's actually a move pawn to G4 without even playing Rook G1. That's really a thing. Like, sometimes they sack the pawn to play Rook G1 to have the open file. So the fact that we're actually seeing Rook G1 first, you guys know this is modern chess now. You can send your H pawn, you can send your G pawn. You don't even have to prepare properly, calculate properly. No, modern engines, everybody. I'm telling you, they will let you play G4 and H4 in any opening at any time. Somehow it's always playable now. So there you go, Rook G1 and G4. If I saw any of you guys doing this, I would immediately tell you that you're trash, you need to improve, you need to watch habits. So this is like a don't try this at home, I think. Hello to Nicola. This stuff looks fresh. This stuff looks very fresh. So look at how many games there are, and then boom, Rook G1. From 12,000 games down to 50. You think both lads want to win this one? I agree. I think we will get a decisive result. I do. Because sometimes you can just tell like a player is not really necessarily playing to win. Like they kind of are okay with a draw. Like maybe Eric's opponent last game. But in this case, I could definitely see a very loose game occurring. We have the Philidor. That's already not a top tier opening, so definitely a rapid opening. How do these games go? Let's check. I was gonna say, what's the most common move? G5, knight H5, has to be bishop B3 next. Castle. White wants the long castle, black short castling. I guess C6 to me makes the most sense. You almost always want to play C6, especially in the Philidor, but when you're playing these Fianchetto systems against a knight on C3, pawn C6 is like, it's elite. That's exactly what you need. All right, there's still so many games here, 19 games. That's quite a lot for being on move, what are we, move 10? Does G4 have a name? I mean, I guess this is the name. The Hanhem Lion variation. I just don't know when it becomes. Yeah, it becomes the Hanhem Lion variation as soon as this move gets played. So, I don't know past that. But yeah, in case you guys are curious, see the move g4 here? Literally just hanging a pawn. It's the second most popular move in this position. So, puts it in perspective. And then you've got rook g1 down here with the idea to play g4 while actually supporting the pawn. All right, rook e8 played only 4 games in this position. Omid Malik, thank you for the raid. Omid Omizi Malik. Appreciate it, buddy. Some energy for Eric's final game here. I'm trying to find a, let me look up a set here. Let's do this one. It's a little more bump to it. Just get people like JK Russia, Omid Malik out of their seats, you know? Yeah, Nikki likes you. That's not a bad shout. Night Oslands, probably, but none scheduled at the moment. I'm actively trying to do so, yes. Big think here for Eric. I mean, King B1 to me always feels like a good move. Bishop H3 to G4, I guess is one option. Could also go bishop to c4, but I suspect black is more than okay to send the pawns. Is that what's gonna happen, Real Team Money? Is that what's in store for me? I think these are the 2 most probable bishop moves. Okay, King B1 is always there. I think if this happens though, black will probably just play knight f4 and open up this bishop, which always gives great compensation. Let's say bishop here, e5, a5. Because black can just play queen c7. I don't know though, it's like you want some pressure here, and if in positions like this, I feel like if you trade the queens, white's doing well here. I never really know how to play these as white. They're always a little tricky. Knight a4 stops queen a5, stops b6, knight c5. Using the pin is a clear intention. So I can only imagine black plays queen e7 or queen c7. Has to. And if queen d6 now, maybe queen a5 is annoying. So what about bishop h3? I think this is the key move, or the move that comes to mind. Knight f8. Yeah. Yeah, this is playable. Queen c3. Knight f8 now. Again, seems to make sense. Perhaps Eric is trying to play bishop c4 and not allow b5. Like knight f8, bishop c4. Just this doesn't look like a long-term prospect. Okay, now the knight e2 is a threat, let's say. The bishop is tethered. Tethered to that square. So there's none of that. You know, the bishop needs to stay on this diagonal. Taking never feels correct, so I guess knight c5. Omid, what's the vibe, my guy? What's the vibe, Omid Malik? It's bishop h3 a move. Yeah, I thought bishop h3 before knight there, but then the problem is after knight f4, you need to take it, right? If the queen is here, and you're playing bishop h3, knight f4 is very strong because it threatens this. So I think bishop h3 made more sense with the queen on d2, especially because it hit the knight. But still, you have to wonder what black's next move is. b5 can be taken. I'm thinking it's knight f8. And knight f8 is looking like a strong candidate to me. But no, knight e6. So same idea that I had, but using this knight. Now that the queen's defended, b5 is a move. So I tell you, bishop h3 comes to mind. Because, you know, maybe after b5 I want to take, bring my knight in here. Still, these positions are... Yeah. h5, yeah, white has some stuff here. This is a really good blockade. I think that's actually pretty good for Eric. So I'm looking at bishop h3. Absolutely. Or bishop c4 kind of does the same thing. But the idea being b5 takes, and I don't think this is anything to be concerned about. Strong prediction, bold prediction by Sleaze. I feel like bishop h3 is reasonable. h5, hey, also makes sense. My thing with h5 is because I haven't played bishop h3, how do I deal with b5, right? I only have one square. I can't take this now. Queen's protected. And if I go here, it's really, really bad. Most of the time, it's really bad to give up your dark square bishop. So I see this move and I'm bothered about the knight on a4. I really felt like bishop h3 was an idea there, but I could be missing something. Bishop h3. Maybe like knight b6. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of thought bishop h3 was there because having to bring the queen back and piece back, not a good sign. I think that much is probably clear. We still want to play h5 and maybe this knight goes to g3, queen d6. But definitely allowing b5 can't be it. Low to twink time. Speaking of time, it's not that great right now. The situation. Before the knight can go back, I was also saying that knight e2 looked fine. After we play h5 takes, I still don't see what we're threatening though. What is the vibe with this? Is he trying to play bishop c5? It's interesting. I would probably play h5 pretty quickly here. h5 takes. Because is bishop b4 really a concern? I don't think so. I think h5 is the right energy. Hello, clitoris. How are you, brah? A very OG follower. Steve Bug Berlin. Yeah, Clitoris has been following the boys since 2015. A real OG name. Yes, Lethbridge Chess has been out OG'd. We have VSim in the chat as well. Another long timer. Professional lurk, bro. C4 and C3 is the first thing that comes to mind. C4, there's queen d5, hitting both of these. And knight b6, not only is there this, but also queen takes e5. Bishop b7, queen takes d7. So I think black is very much interested in playing this move. Do we have to play bishop takes here? Because the other option is like knight h4. But c4, c3 is happening. That's happening. If you take it, you can't take this way. Your bishop's trapped. So let's say you take like this. You know, maybe black even takes this way. Yeah, I think we might get that on the board. Tri-state, been following for a while. Okay. See you there, bruh. Does YouTube follow age count? I don't think there is a YouTube follow age, is there? I don't think they track that. Hey, the Chess Predator. Thanks for the 22 months with Prime. Thank you to the Chess Predator. Yeah, big resubs. 19 months from Clitoris. I already told you, Clitoris. This is the first thing I said. I said Steve Bug Berlin. Think I'd leave a 7-year follower hanging? This bishop arriving on this square is pure pain here. You might need to be like knight. Ugh. Yeah, bishop f4 is... Our socks are getting rocked. King b1, bishop there. And I mean, I don't necessarily think black is taking this pawn. It's more just occupying the dark squares. High T. High T for sure. Definitely some intentions here. This is the kind of move as black I think you recapture pretty quickly because you're like, eh. Unless there really are no threats here. So, may as well analyze them for fun. Bishop f4. Oh, well, we'll see them on the board. The other one I was thinking was taking here and somehow putting the rook on h1. Now, if king here, the idea is knight here and knight there, maybe. So I think the king has to go there. And then after like g6. Yeah, king must go there, that's for sure. I think it's g6. Yeah. Because, okay, let me just put this here. I think that as white, you're kind of threatening like knight f5. Takes is actually a checkmate. And you're also threatening stuff like this. Checkmate, but I assume black's playing knight e5, and it has done. Knight e5. There's bishop d5. Yeah, this bishop is too important to lose right now. But, okay, if black can take here, then that should extinguish the fire. How much material is black ahead? Because sometimes you could even consider giving up material just to solve problems. But bishop b7, he ain't scared. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get g7 or something to work. But the position was, the thing is, I don't think you guys can really appreciate how bad this is, but like, if black gets this bishop here, knight on e5, I mean, you can save your queen. Of course, Eric can play this move, but this is really, really bad. It's just this hopeless kind of situation. I'm not professing to say that what Eric's got here is much better, but sometimes positions that the engine is like, yeah, minus 1.5, minus 2, you just feel like they're hopeless looking at them. Whereas speculative sacks, you might look at and be like, huh, maybe there's something there. Whereas the engine is like, nope, there's nothing there, minus 20. But I think bishop takes d5 will be oh sorry, takes first and bishop d5 will be played. Yeah, g7 was a threat. Because you're threatening something, but you're right there to capture it. Also, the rook's not even on that square, so you can't even swing it over to threaten some ideas down there. Indeed, Canadian rock fan. It could have got off to a much different start. That's the thing. It was first game of the day. It was that Geary game, where, I mean, I don't know what Eric's the status of Eric's prep is in that Geary game, but it looked really good. Felt like whatever happened, he seemed to out-prep his opponent there. What about rook takes g6? Yeah, it looks tempting, but unfortunately this move is not forced, and judging by the fact that Eric is not at his seat, he must have resigned. Yeah. Indeed. Hello to Dr. Lord Mayo. The chair resigned. Oh. Feels bad. Dude, what a tough day. What a tough day. It all started with this Geary game. This was what I was talking about. I was like, okay, we're really feeling it today. Eric's not feeling his best right now. I know that. That's definitely true, but I thought he was still playing really well. The report game, he definitely sent it. Not in a good way. Was just kind of chucking moves out there, but this one, oof, yeah, this one was really unfortunate. Because the thing is, even after losing that bishop, it was still like, there was still some game to play. That's how many pawns you had on the queen side. How many games left? Well, we're just over halfway through the tournament. So, find our graphics here. Here's the tournament schedule. We don't really need days 1 and 2 there. Leave it like that. But there are 7 more games, 8 played, 7 more to go. We have the black pieces to start off the day. But then, yes, indeed, Neil. Aragaisi, Vidit Gujarati, Gukesh, It's a tough day, but all days are like all the days are tough. All the days are tough. Yep, a stacked day. Some tough Indian opponents. This game I thought kind of set the tone. A draw against Kamer, and I was like, again, this game, I thought we had something going here, but it's crazy all these tactics work for black. Man, Aditya, nothing really happened. It was just a draw, and we kind of just sent it here in the last game. Just the tilt send. But this game, I think it was all about this game for me. C3 was definitely the move here, but there were some tricky lines that needed to be spotted. Pranav will certainly be playing in these events at some point, I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Dr. Lord Mayonnaise, we might need some solid representation here. Hello to MapRail and Nicola. A tough day. So what can we say? It was 2 losses and 2 draws on both days. So 4 draws, 4 losses out of 8 games. So we haven't had that taste yet. You know, that taste of a win. Tomorrow's another day. Yep. We got 4 games tomorrow. Then we got the rest of the games on Monday. It'll be 3 more games on Monday. So 2 more days. And definitely based on the standings, Eric's going to need some incredible days for sure. Can't sugarcoat that. Getting 2 out of 4, getting 50% probably isn't an option anymore. I think you need to be scoring probably 75% on every day from now on to have a shot. And punching up for sure is one way to put it. Yep. The beat, the beat, the beat, the beat. Where's Danya ranked? Well, these are the standings right now. I can take the cam off. But there are also like some games still ongoing here. Someone said Danya missed a mate here. I think it might be. Could it be? Oof. I was looking at this in the resulting position, but then like, yeah, when the pawn's gone, nothing works. Oof. It's a crazy checkmate because here, king here you take with mate. King here you also mate. Everybody's working here. Damn, that would have been disgusting. Well, that would have been disgusting. Is he still gonna win it? I think he absolutely will still win it. So at least there's that. But yeah, that would have been gross. C Wesley 2000. Thanks for the sub, buddy. Appreciate that 5 months from C Wesley. So yeah, Eric's had some tough days, guys. Very, very tough. These tournaments are so stacked. Eric's been playing so much, I guess, serious chess, I'll call it, lately. Some OTB, some online. You want to do representation, Dr. Lord? You know, maybe sub in Pranav to represent Eric in the tournament. Rook e7, knight takes e7, and resigns. Because of this. Nasty. Go, Danya. Bishop here, push. I think that if you go here, you've pretty much saved your draw, right? Yeah, white's up a pawn, but opposite bishops. Opposite bishops. This doesn't look very good for white. What's happening with Buddy Magnus? Slightly better rook endgame. Ever so slightly. This is as slightly better as a slightly better position could get. No racks and stim. Yeah, Eric's not feeling 100% map rail. That's definitely the case, which feels bad when you have these opportunities in front of you, these events, and like it just so happens you're not feeling your best for them or under the weather, whatever. Unfortunately, things just go on. Like there's no postponing. These are the kind of positions, by the way, that Magnus just sometimes wins. He just does some nasty stuff. This is actually quite interesting. I'm not sure which side I prefer. You gotta feel there's no way Magnus wins that position, though. Top GM Marbles event. Yes, that's what the world needs. Rook f6, I guess. Interesting. Maybe check rook e5 and king g5. Yep, go Magnus. Single Elim Marbles tournament with no representation for the top 25 GMs. I'm sure we could get all the top GMs to sign up for that. Dude, Magnus pushing this endgame is just... Isn't this crazy? I don't know how the guy does it. Because is he not about to go here? And then just like move the rook somewhere else? Rook f4? Maybe king e3, Furta? Then rook b4 maybe? And yeah, black can go take this, but that's not probably not good enough. Rook f4. Rook d6, rook f7. Yeah, this looks like you gotta play rook d6. The time pressure, he's up 7 minutes. How does he win these games? He's at least putting himself in a position to win. Because I don't think you can take this and trade rooks. You're way slower. I mean, this is crazy. Dude, how did he do it? How did he do it? Mr. Shankly, thanks for the Prime for 17 months, buddy. Thank you to Mr. Shankly. Yeah, I think at this point, just bring the rook over and then you can just advance your king and 2 pawns together. Wow, I don't know. That was pretty impressive. I'm pretty impressed by that. That win right there is crazy. It's crazy. Duda and Iragaisi drew. That was a disgusting game. As for this, winning chances. If the king is on these 2 squares, I think the king just stays there. And the bishop just stays on this diagonal. There's no entry here. How did we get this, by the way? Yeah, if you take this, then you definitely can't do anything. Huh. I think you can play king d6 or move the bishop, but it makes more sense to move the king. I think it's just a draw. I'll play it out for sure. I think I did JKA, but I'm not sure. We didn't really cover it on stream, for example. And a draw. So I think Abdusattorov still leads, yeah, by 1 point. Magnus, Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov really been in form. In fact, Mamedyarov crushing everyone, but his game against Eric, like Eric had the best chance to beat him. I feel like anyone. I haven't seen all his games though, obviously. It was just Eric had a good chance, very good shot against Mamedyarov, and look at that, Mamedyarov top of the table. You should smoke Cajantes, of course. What are you talking about? It's the greatest. It'll help you for sure. Yeah, this Mamedyarov game. I also saw this on Twitter. Sacks the rook. Just energy. Just energy. Sacks the knight. Sacks the bishop. H6 and then rook to H1. Because you're actually threatening mate here. And then sacks the queen to queen the pawn. I mean, you're going to play a chess game like this once in your lifetime, probably. Just the crushing game. And the thing is, I'm sure it's also probably engine approved. Rook g4, best move. Okay, bishop h6, obviously. Knight takes b5, engine approved. Bishop b7, engine approved. h6, engine approved. Rook h1, only move, engine approved. h7, queen g7, the whole thing engine approved. That's just Randy. That's just disgusting. We did see that one, Swansloons. Mamedyarov today against Rapport. We did see that one. Yeah, Shakhriyar, like, his attacking games when he's in form are pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. It was a nice game though. So it does look like you know, like I said, Eric's gonna have to have some big days. Tomorrow, the day after. Probably at least finish +1 on both days to have a shot. And I think there is a shot, as I said. The winners keep winning. Like the top 5 in this tournament, Erigaisi, Duda, Magnus, Mamedyarov, Abdusattorov, they just keep winning. And then there's like a pack right in the middle that can definitely be caught up to, but not without big days, like for sure, like multi-win days. Probably like 2 to 3 wins, and okay, getting that on demand is probably one of the hardest things that you're going to be asked to do. Yeah, Eric's playing against most of the Indian competitors in the event. I think it's Erigaisi, Gukesh, and Vidit. And then the last day, I think he gets Abdusattorov, who's literally leading the tournament. So that game will be pretty intense. That game will be intense. All right, guys. What is it? Saturday. So yeah, tomorrow. Well, the coverage continues the next 2 days. So 12 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday, Monday. I'll be back. Both of those days as well. 4 brilliancies for Shaq's game. That's about as many brilliancies as Eric had in a Title Tuesday game. So meh. But I'm gonna go for now. I am gonna leave for now. I might stream later, either today or tomorrow in the evening. So I know we've been doing these morning commentaries, and honestly, I haven't had a lot of time to grind some blitz chess, which I said I was gonna do this month. So I do want to have more time for that. But there's a lot going on right now. We released another YouTube video. I think I even saw Venus Chess here in the chat. But latest YouTube video is a funny one. If you guys remember, there was a moment on stream, I think, where I somehow saw a game I lost to a 400, and I was like, dude, I don't remember playing this game. We got to the bottom of it. It was a long investigation, but ultimately we determined the culprit. But we got sub battles coming out on YouTube, Title Tuesdays. Yeah, you got a juicy rating there, JK. Pretty much the same as mine right now, though, honestly. So I need to get on my blitz grind, but I definitely midday blitz has never been too kind to me. So I'll be putting some boiler room sessions together. All right, but thanks for tuning in. Eric's not feeling his best, probably not playing his best. So the support means more in times like this. Hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Like I said, I'll stream tonight or tomorrow night, not sure which, but I gotta put some blitz sessions together, for sure. I know Eric also streamed last night, so stay tuned for those ones. I'm out. Gotta send the raid off. I see who's streaming here. Who's streaming here? All right, let's raid Rosen. I think we're gonna raid him one of the other days here, but I saw someone else that I hadn't gotten back yet for a raid. Let's raid Rosen. I think he's playing a titled arena right now. Take care, guys. Remember, 12 Eastern. Cams, Rapid Chess. Tomorrow. See you then. And I'll definitely stream in the evening this weekend. Get some blitz in. Make a real push for 2800, because I haven't been serious enough about it this month.